On April 30th, 1945, at 3:30 p.m., a dry gunshot echoed from behind a steel door in the bowels of Berlin. No one ran to help the person who had just pulled the trigger. On the contrary, the men waiting on the other side of the corridor breathed a sigh of mixed relief and terror. The corpse lying on a sofa stained with blood and cyanide was that of the man who, just 6 years earlier, had ruled a territory that stretched from the French Atlantic to the gates of Moscow, from the fjords of Norway to the deserts of North Africa. That man was Adolf Hitler, and his empire, which he swore would last 1,000 years, did not even reach 13. But that bullet was neither the beginning nor the end of the story. It was merely the climax of 1 month, April 1945, that concentrated more horror, more betrayals, more delirium, and more human suffering than any comparable period in modern history. A month in which millions of people, soldiers, civilians, prisoners, children, died while a single man, locked in a concrete bunker 8 meters underground, moved armies that no longer existed on maps, that no longer mattered. What exactly happened during those final 30 days? How was it possible for an entire regime to collapse so quickly and at the same time cause so much destruction in its fall? Who betrayed Hitler and who chose to die with him? And what was happening above in the streets of Berlin, while below, in the bunker, weddings were celebrated, children were poisoned, and corpses were burned? That is exactly what we will cover today, uncensored, without omissions, with all the details that history books often summarize in a single paragraph. Before we begin, our goal is to reach 1 million subscribers. It seems like a lot, but with your help, we can achieve it. Subscribe now, hit like, and be a part of this story. Now, let's start from the beginning of that fateful month. But to understand April 1945, we first need to know how the Third Reich reached that point of no return. And the answer doesn't start in April, it starts months earlier, when the cracks were already impossible to ignore. At the end of January 1945, the Red Army had launched the Vistula Oder offensive, one of the most devastating military operations of the entire war. More than 2 million Soviet soldiers, under the command of Marshals Georgy Zhukov and Ivan Konev, shattered the German defences in Poland and advanced at a speed that not even Stalin himself had foreseen. In just 2 weeks, Soviet troops covered nearly 500 kilometres, reaching positions only 70 kilometres from Berlin. 70 kilometres, the distance that separates many people from their workplace. For Hitler, that figure should have meant the end, but it didn't. Not yet. Because in the Führer's mind, a parallel reality existed, fueled by sycophants, delusions of grandeur, and a blind faith in what he called providence. Hitler was convinced that something, a miracle weapon, a broken alliance between the Western Allies and the Soviets, a stroke of luck, would save the Reich at the last moment. After all, hadn't something similar happened to Frederick the Great of Prussia? In 1762, when the unexpected death of Tsarina Elizabeth took Russia out of the 7 Years' War and saved Prussia from total annihilation, Hitler clung to that historical precedent, like a drowning man clinging to a rotten plank. But history does not always repeat itself, and in 1945 there was no Tsarina about to die to save Germany. While Hitler fantasized, the reality on the front was apocalyptic. The German army, the once invincible Wehrmacht, was bleeding out. Casualties since June 1944 exceeded 2 million men. Armament factories, bombed day and night by the Royal Air Force and the United States Army Air Forces, produced fewer and fewer tanks, fewer planes, less ammunition. Synthetic fuel, on which Germany depended almost completely after losing the Romanian oil fields in August 1944, had been reduced to a pathetic trickle. The new Messerschmitt, Me-262 jet fighters, which Hitler had advertised as the weapon that would change the war, couldn't take off because there was no kerosene to fill their tanks. And yet, the machinery of death kept running. The concentration and extermination camps, although many had already been abandoned or liberated by the Soviets. Auschwitz was liberated on January 27, 1945, still held hundreds of thousands of prisoners. The death marches, those endless columns of skeletal human beings, forced to walk for days without food or water, continued along the roads of a shrinking Germany. Every day the regime survived meant thousands more deaths, every single day. And what were the leaders of the Third Reich doing as their country crumbled? That is perhaps one of the most disturbing questions in all of this history. Because the answer is not that they fought with valor or sought peace. The answer is that many of them began to think exclusively of themselves. By February and March 1945, Hitler's inner circle was a nest of vipers. Every Nazi hierarch, every marshal, every high-ranking official knew the war was lost. The question was no longer if Germany would be defeated, but when. And more importantly, what would happen to them when it did. Hermann Göring, the portly Reichsmarschall, who had once been the second most powerful man in the Reich, the commander of the Luftwaffe, and Hitler's designated heir, had practically withdrawn from active political life. His air force was a phantom. The skies over Germany belonged to the Allied bombers, and Göring knew it. He took refuge in his luxurious residence of Marienhall, north of Berlin, surrounded by stolen art from museums across Europe, addicted to morphine, growing fat as his country sank. Loyalty to the Führer. He had it, yes, but he had more loyalty to his own survival. Heinrich Himmler, the Reichsführer SS, the architect of the Holocaust, the man who had built and administered the largest system of industrialized murder in history, had also begun to play his own game. Behind Hitler's back, Himmler had initiated secret contacts with representatives of the Western Allies through Swedish intermediaries, particularly Count Folke Bernadotte, Vice President of the Swedish Red Cross. Himmler, the man directly responsible for the deaths of millions, believed the British and Americans would accept him as a valid interlocutor to negotiate Germany's surrender. Moreover, he believed he could become the leader of a post-Nazi Germany that would ally with the West against the Soviet Union. The magnitude of this delusion is hard to comprehend, but it was real. Albert Speer, Hitler's favourite architect turned Minister of Armaments, had reached a conclusion few dared to verbalise. The war was not only lost, but continuing the fight meant the total destruction of what remained of Germany. In March 1945, Hitler issued what is known as the Nero Decree, the Nero Befehl, a decree ordering the destruction of all German infrastructure that might be useful to the enemy: bridges, factories, railway lines, power plants, water supplies, everything. If Germany was to fall, Hitler wanted it to fall into an uninhabitable wasteland. If the war is lost, Hitler told Speer, the nation will also perish. This fate is inevitable. There is no need to worry about the foundations the people need to continue their most primitive existence. On the contrary, it is better to destroy even those things. Things, because the nation has proven to be the weaker, and the future belongs exclusively to the stronger Eastern nation. Moreover, those who remain after this struggle are only the inferior ones, for the good ones have fallen. Those words, read them again. Hitler was saying that the German people deserved to die because they had lost the war. The man who had sworn to protect the Germanic nation, who had built his entire political discourse on the supremacy of the German people, now declared that this same people was unworthy of survival. Speer, horrified, decided to sabotage the Nero Decree. Discreetly, he contacted generals and local governors to ask them not to comply. Destroy nothing, he told them. The German people will need this infrastructure after the war. And many obeyed Speer instead of Hitler, not out of loyalty to the architect, but because they knew Speer was right. But not everyone thought this way. There were those who were willing to follow Hitler to the end, literally to the very end. Who were these people? What motivated them to remain faithful to a man and a cause so clearly condemned? We will discover that as we delve into the month of April 1945, day by day, hour by hour, in some cases minute by minute. On April 1st, 1945, Easter Sunday, the military situation of the Third Reich was as follows. On the Western Front, American, British, Canadian, and French troops had crossed the Rhine weeks before. The famous Remagen Bridge, captured intact by the US 9th Armoured Division on March 7th, had allowed a bridgehead to be established on the river's eastern bank. By April, hundreds of thousands of Allied soldiers were advancing through the heart of Germany without encountering organised resistance. Field Marshal Walter Model's Army Group B, with over 300,000 men, was being encircled in the so-called Ruhr Pocket, Germany's most important industrial region. In a few days, that pocket would be completely sealed, trapping an entire army group in a dead-end bag. On the Eastern Front, the situation was even worse. Marshal Zhukov's Soviet troops were positioned along the Oder River, just 60 kilometers from Berlin, preparing for the final offensive. To the south, Marshal Konev was advancing toward Dresden and Lower Silesia. In Hungary, Budapest had fallen in February after a brutal siege, and Soviet troops were already in Austria, approaching Vienna, which would fall on April 13th. In the north, Königsberg, the capital of East Prussia, the historical cradle of the Prussian state, was under siege and would fall on April 9th after a desperate defence. Germany was shrinking like a peau de chagrin. Every day, the Reich lost more territory, more cities, more resources, and every day, more refugees. Millions of German civilians fled westward, terrified by the stories of atrocities committed by the Red Army in East Prussia. Those stories were no exaggeration. In towns like Nemmersdorf, in October 1944, Soviet soldiers had committed mass rapes, murders of civilians, and acts of brutality that Nazi propaganda exploited to the fullest to terrorize the population and motivate a resistance to the death. But the propaganda, in this case, did not need to exaggerate much. The reality was horrifying enough. And where was Hitler on that April 1st? He was exactly where he had been for the last 3 months. In the Führer bunker, his subterranean refuge beneath the Reich Chancellery, in the centre of Berlin. The Führer bunker. It is impossible to tell this story without describing that place, because during the month of April it would become the scene of some of the most bizarre, tragic, and chilling episodes of the entire Second World War. Let's step inside. The bunker was not a single structure, but a complex of 2 interconnected levels. The upper level, called the Vorbunker, had been built in 1936 as an air raid shelter for the Chancellery staff. It was located partially under the Chancellery garden, about 3 meters below the surface. It had relatively thin concrete walls and served as a service area, dining room, and accommodation for the secondary staff. The lower level, the Führer bunker proper, was built in 1944. When Allied bombing intensified to the point of making any building on the surface of Berlin unsafe, this level was about 8.5 meters underground, with a reinforced concrete ceiling nearly 4 meters thick, designed to withstand a direct hit from the heaviest bombs of the era. It contained about 30 small rooms, distributed along a central corridor. The rooms were tiny, claustrophobic, with low ceilings and a pale artificial light that made everyone living there look like walking corpses. Hitler occupied a set of rooms at the southern end of the lower bunker, a small study, a bedroom, a bathroom, and a living room that also served as a conference room. The walls were decorated with a painting of Frederick the Great, Hitler's historical obsession, and little else. The furniture was austere, a desk, a sofa, some chairs. Nothing to suggest that here lived the man who, until recently, had ruled most of Europe. The air inside the bunker was heavy, humid, charged with the constant hum of the diesel generators that provided electricity and the ventilation system that tried, with limited success, to keep the atmosphere breathable. The thud of the bombs falling on Berlin was perceived as a dull tremor, an irregular heartbeat that reminded the bunker's inhabitants that a above, on the surface, the world was ending, and the inhabitants of the bunker were a cast that seemed straight out of a psychological horror novel. There was Hitler, of course, ever more physically deteriorated. His left hand trembled uncontrollably, a probable symptom of Parkinson's disease. He walked hunched over, shuffling his feet. His face was swollen and pale, and his eyes, which in the days of his rise to power had been described as hypnotic, were now glassy and sunken. At 56, he would turn 56 on April 20th. He looked like a man of 70 or more. With him was Eva Braun, his partner for over a decade, a woman whose existence was virtually unknown to the German public. Eva had arrived at the bunker voluntarily in mid-March, defying Hitler's orders to remain in Munich, far from the danger. Why did she do it? The most likely answer is the simplest. Because she loved him, or at least she was so trapped in the orbit of that man that she could not conceive a life without him. Eva Braun was 33, blonde, attractive, and for years had endured being the Reich's best-kept secret. Hitler never publicly introduced her as his partner. She spent most of her time at the Berghof, Hitler's mountain retreat in the Bavarian Alps, waiting for him while he governed, waged war, and destroyed the world. Now, in April 1945, she was in the bunker, and she had no intention of leaving. There were also Joseph Goebbels, the Minister of Propaganda, and his wife Magda, along with their 6 young children, Helga, Hildegard, Helmut, Holdine, Hedwig, and Heidrun. 6 children, the eldest 12, the youngest 4. Goebbels, the fanatic, the master of media manipulation, the man who had turned lying into an art, had also decided to die with Hitler, and not just him, his children too. But we will get to that. It is one of the darkest parts of this entire story, and we must prepare ourselves to tell it. There was Martin Bormann, Hitler's personal secretary and head of the party chancellery, a grey and ruthless man who had accumulated enormous power by operating in the shadows. Bormann controlled access to Hitler, which meant he largely controlled the flow of information reaching the Führer. He was hated by practically all other Nazi hierarchs, but as long as he had Hitler's trust, he was untouchable. There were the generals. Wilhelm Keitel, head of the Armed Forces High Command, OKW, a man so servile to Hitler that his own colleagues nicknamed him Lappeitel, a play on words with lakai, lackey. Alfred Jodl, head of OKW operations, more competent than Keitel, but equally incapable of contradicting Hitler. Hans Krebs, the last chief of the Army General Staff, a man who spoke fluent Russian and would be sent to negotiate with the Soviets in the final days, and Wilhelm Burgdorf, Hitler's military adjutant, an alcoholic who would spend the last nights of the Reich drinking in the bunker's corridors. There were the doctors. Dr. Theodor Morell, Hitler's personal physician for years, an obese man of dubious competence who injected the Führer with a daily cocktail of substances that included methamphetamines, extracts of bull testicles, glucose, vitamins, and opiates, a pharmacological regimen that likely contributed to Hitler's physical and mental decline, and Dr. Ludwig Stumpfegger, a tall and silent SS surgeon who would replace Morell when he was expelled from the bunker at the end of April. There were the adjutants, the secretaries, the SS bodyguards, the cooks, the radio operators. Some 40 or 50 people living in a subterranean space, designed for far fewer, breathing recycled air, sleeping in narrow bunks, eating canned food, listening to the explosions that drew closer each day. That was Adolf Hitler's world in April 1945. A subterranean, claustrophobic, unreal world. A world where maps still showed German divisions that in reality were just decimated companies, where communiques still spoke of heroic resistance and successful counterattacks as entire cities fell into enemy hands, where the Führer still believed, or pretended to believe, that victory was possible. But how was it possible that a supposedly intelligent man, a strategist who had defeated France in 6 weeks, who had conquered almost all of Europe, continued to believe in victory when all evidence pointed to the contrary? Was it madness? Was it denial? Was it cynicism? Or was it something more complex, more human, and for that very reason, more terrifying? We will try to answer that question. But first, we need to understand what was happening in the first weeks of April, outside the bunker, in the real world. On April 2nd, 1945, American troops completed the encirclement of the Ruhr Pocket, trapping over 300,000 German soldiers of Army Group B. It was the largest encirclement of the war on the Western Front, comparable in scale to Stalingrad. Field Marshal Walter Model, the Army Group's commander, refused to surrender. Model was a career soldier, tough, competent, loyal to Hitler, but not blind to reality. He knew the situation was desperate, but surrendering meant dishonor, and Model valued a military honor above almost everything. Over the next 2 weeks, the pocket shrank day by day under the pressure of the American divisions. Model formally disbanded his army group on April 17th, releasing the youngest and oldest soldiers from their military oath so they could surrender individually or try to get home. 4 days later, on April 21st, Walter Model walked into a forest near Duisburg, drew his pistol and shot himself in the head. He was 54. Before committing suicide, he asked an officer of his general staff, "Has a field marshal ever committed suicide? Is that even provided for?" The officer did not know how to answer. Do you think Adolf Hitler ever truly understood that his empire was finished? Or did he believe in a last-minute miracle until the very end? Leave your comments. Model was not the only one. The suicides of Nazi officers and officials multiplied throughout April. Some acted out of conviction, believing that defeat meant the death of everything they had defended. Others did it for fear of being captured and tried. And others simply saw no reason to continue living in a world without the Third Reich. Suicide, which the Nazis had glorified as an act of loyalty and courage, became an epidemic in the final weeks of the war. It is estimated that between April and May of 1945, thousands of Germans, civilians and military, took their own lives. In some towns and cities, entire families committed suicide together before the Soviets or Americans arrived. It was the final act of a nation that had been programmed to believe that life without National Socialism was not worth living. How do you get to that point? How do you convince an entire nation that death is preferable to surrender? That is a question historians still debate, and it has no simple answer. But part of the explanation lies in 12 years of incessant propaganda, of indoctrination from childhood, of a cult of the leader that turned Hitler into an almost divine figure. And part of the explanation lies in fear. Fear of the Soviets, fear of punishment, fear of the unknown. When a totalitarian regime collapses, the vacuum it leaves is as terrifying as the regime itself. But let's continue with the chronology, because April 1945 does not wait. On April 4th, American troops liberated the Ohrdruf concentration camp, a sub-camp of Buchenwald in Thuringia. It was one of the first major camps discovered by the Western Allies on German soil, and what they found there forever changed the perception Allied soldiers had of the war they were fighting. The soldiers of the 4th Armored Division and the 89th Infantry Division of the United States Army entered Ohrdruf, expecting to find a prisoner of war camp. What they found was a slaughterhouse. Bodies piled in mass graves, skeletal corpses of prisoners who had died of starvation, disease, or summary executions. The SS guards had tried to destroy the evidence before fleeing, burning bodies and facilities, but the speed of the Allied advance surprised them. The evidence was there for all to see. General Dwight D. Eisenhower, Supreme Commander of the Allied forces in Europe, visited Ohrdruf on April 12th, accompanied by Generals George Patton and Omar Bradley. Eisenhower, a man hardened by war, a veteran who had seen death in all its forms, was profoundly shocked. In a telegram to the Chief of Staff in Washington, Eisenhower wrote, "The things I saw beg a description. The visual evidence and the verbal testimony of starvation, cruelty, and bestiality was so overpowering as to leave me sick." Patton, the audacious commander of the Third Army, the man who had led the armoured charge across France, the general who prided himself on being the toughest in the army, vomited at the sight of what was in Adolf. He literally stepped away from the group and vomited. Eisenhower made a decision that would prove crucial for history. He ordered that everything, absolutely everything, be photographed and filmed so that no one could deny what had happened. "Document this," he said. "The day will come when some son of a bitch will try to say this never happened." He was right. The deniers would come, as he predicted. But the images would also come, and they would speak for themselves. Furthermore, Eisenhower ordered that German civilians from the nearby towns be forced to visit the facilities and see with their own eyes what their government had done. In Ohrdruf, in Buchenwald, in Dachau, in Bergen-Belsen, columns of German civilians, men, women, the elderly, were escorted through the camps. Some cried, some looked at the ground, some insisted they knew nothing, and perhaps some really didn't know, but many did know, or at least suspected, and had chosen not to ask. That not asking is perhaps one of the most diffuse and most disturbing crimes of the entire Nazi era, the crime of indifference, the crime of looking the other way. But that is a reflection for another time. Now we must return to the bunker, because something was about to change. April 12th, 1945, was a day that, for a few hours, filled the subterranean world of the Führer bunker with hope. And the reason was news that arrived from across the Atlantic. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the President of the United States, the man who had led his country through the Great Depression and the Second World War, died of a cerebral hemorrhage in Warm Springs, Georgia, at the age of 63. The news spread through the world like a flash of lightning. In Washington, Vice President Harry Truman was sworn in as the new president. In Moscow, Stalin received the news with caution, wondering if Roosevelt's successor would uphold the Yalta agreements. In London, Winston Churchill wept. And in Berlin, in the bunker, something extraordinary happened. Joseph Goebbels, the Minister of Propaganda, was the one who brought the news to Hitler, and he did so with an almost delirious euphoria. "Mein Führer," exclaimed Goebbels, according to the accounts of those present. "I congratulate you. Roosevelt is dead. It is written in the stars that the second half of April will be the turning point for us. This is the miracle of the House of Brandenburg. This is the miracle. The miracle of the House of Brandenburg." Goebbels was referring to that 1762 episode we already mentioned, when the death of Tsarina Elizabeth saved Frederick the Great. Just a few weeks earlier, Goebbels had been reading passages from Thomas Carlyle's biography of Frederick the Great aloud to Hitler in the bunker, precisely to keep his spirits up with that historical analogy. And now suddenly, an enemy president was dead. To Goebbels' feverish mind, and to Hitler's increasingly disconnected mind, that was a sign of destiny. Hitler was filled with a momentary hope. That night, the atmosphere in the bunker was almost festive. Champagne was served. Hitler was more animated than he had been in weeks. He believed, or wanted to believe, that Roosevelt's death would provoke a political crisis in the United States that would weaken the alliance with the Soviet Union, that the Western allies would fall out among themselves, that Germany could negotiate a separate peace with the West and join forces against the Soviets. None of that happened. Harry Truman firmly assumed the presidency and declared that the policy of unconditional surrender for Germany would not change one iota. The alliance between the United States, Great Britain, and the Soviet Union, though full of tensions, held together until the defeat of the common enemy. Roosevelt's death changed absolutely nothing in the course of the war. Nothing. The bunker's euphoria evaporated in a matter of days, replaced by a reality that emitted no illusions. Because while Hitler toasted with champagne, the Soviets were finalizing preparations for the offensive that would destroy the Third Reich. How was the Battle of Berlin organized? How many men, how many tanks, how much artillery did the Soviets concentrate to deliver the final blow? The numbers are simply staggering, and we are going to review them, because to understand them is to understand the magnitude of what was about to happen. Stalin was in a hurry, not for purely military reasons. Germany was going to fall anyway, but for political reasons. He knew the Western Allies were advancing rapidly through Western Germany, and he feared the Americans would reach Berlin before the Soviets. The capital of the Reich was the ultimate prize, the symbolic trophy that would crown the victory. Stalin was determined that this trophy would be Soviet. After all, the Soviet Union had borne the brunt of the war against Germany. More than 20 million Soviet citizens had died, soldiers and civilians, an incomparable figure of suffering. Berlin, for Stalin, was not just a city, it was just compensation for that suffering. What do you think of the content? Do you like this type of video? Then comment with the phrase, "I want more stories." This will encourage us to bring more historical topics and also help with the video's engagement, okay? Also, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, activate the bell, and leave your like so that YouTube keeps recommending our videos. To ensure the race for Berlin was won, Stalin did something that reveals his manipulative genius. He made his own generals compete. He assigned the offensive to 3 fronts, that is, 3 army groups, commanded by Marshals Zhukov, Konev, and Rokossovsky, and deliberately did not clarify which of them would have the honor of taking the city. Whoever gets there first, he insinuated. The rivalry between Zhukov and Konev was intense and personal. Both were brilliant soldiers, both were ambitious, and both knew that capturing Berlin would mean eternal glory. Stalin used that rivalry as fuel. The figures for the force concentrated for the Berlin offensive were monstrous. The 3 fronts brought together approximately 2.5 million soldiers, more than 6,200 tanks and self-propelled guns, more than 41,000 artillery pieces and mortars, and some 7,500 aircraft. It was the largest concentration of military force the world had ever seen for a single operation. All that power was directed at a strip of territory just 100 kilometers wide, where the remnants of the German army, some 800,000 poorly armed, poorly fed, and demoralized men, mixed with old men from the Volkssturm and teenagers from the Hitler Youth, awaited what they knew was inevitable. The offensive began on April 16th, 1945, at 5 a.m, Moscow time, with the largest artillery bombardment of the entire war. More than 40,000 artillery pieces opened fire simultaneously on the German positions along the Oder and Neisse rivers. Neisse River. The earth trembled, the sky lit up. The roar was so intense it could be heard hundreds of kilometers away. In 1 hour, more than 1 million shells fell on the German defences. 1 million. Zhukov, attacking from the Kustrin bridgehead, directly east of Berlin, had also prepared a theatrical tactic. 143 anti-aircraft searchlights were placed behind the Soviet lines and switched on simultaneously when the attack began, with the intention of blinding the German defenders and creating a devastating psychological effect. The image of those beams of light cutting through the pre-dawn darkness as thousands of tanks advanced and tens of thousands of cannons fired must have been truly apocalyptic. But Zhukov's plan ran into an unexpected obstacle. The terrain in front of him, in the area of the Silo Heights, turned out to be much more difficult than he had anticipated. The Silo Heights were a chain of steep hills overlooking the Oder plain, and the Germans had fortified every metre of that terrain. Moreover, the German commander of that sector, General Gotthard Heinrici, was probably the best defence specialist in the entire German army. Heinrici had anticipated the Soviet bombardment, and a few hours before it began, had withdrawn his troops from the front line to fallback positions further back. When the thousands of Soviet shells fell, they fell on empty trenches. The Battle of the Silo Heights, which lasted from April 16th to 19th, was one of the bloodiest battles of the entire war. The Soviets suffered enormous losses. It is estimated that more than 30,000 soldiers of Zhukov's First Belarusian Front died or were wounded in just 3 days. The Germans fought with desperate determination, knowing that behind them there were no more defensive lines, only Berlin and their families. Soviet tanks got stuck in the marshy terrain of the flooded Oder plains, creating huge traffic jams that German gunners exploited mercilessly. Zhukov, furious at the slow pace of the advance, pressured his commanders with threats. If you don't advance, you will be relieved of your command. The pressure was immense, but so was the German resistance. Meanwhile, to the south, Marshal Konev had better luck. His first Ukrainian front crossed the Nysa River with relative ease and began to advance northwest, threatening to encircle Berlin from the south. When Stalin saw that Zhukov was bogged down at Silo and that Konev was advancing rapidly, he did something calculated. He erased the demarcation line between the two fronts on his map, which meant Konev had the green light to head directly for Berlin. The race was on. Zhukov understood the message and redoubled his efforts with fury. On April 19th, after 3 days of carnage, the Silo Heights fell. The road to Berlin was open. The remnants of the German Ninth Army, shattered and disorganized, retreated toward the capital with no possibility of establishing a new defensive line. From that moment on, the fall of Berlin was only a matter of days. And what was Hitler doing while all this was happening? How did he react to the largest military offensive in history, directed straight at the city where he was located? The answer is as absurd as it is tragic. Hitler, locked in his bunker, surrounded by maps and obsequious generals, continued to issue orders. But those orders had lost all contact with reality. On April 15th, a day before the Soviet offensive began, Hitler issued a proclamation to the soldiers on the Eastern Front that deserves to be quoted for its total disconnect. Soldiers of the Eastern Front, for the last time our mortal enemy, the Jewish Bolsheviks, have launched their masses into the attack. They are trying to destroy Germany and exterminate our people. If in the coming days and weeks, every soldier on the Eastern Front does his duty, the last assault from Asia will fail. The last assault from Asia will fail. Hitler still presented the war as a racial battle between civilizations. For him, it was not a war between states or political ideologies. It was an existential struggle between the Aryan race and the Bolshevik Asiatic hordes. And he believed, or at least declared, that this struggle could be won. With what? Nobody knew. The divisions Hitler moved on his maps were phantoms. General Theodor Busse's Ninth Army, supposedly the main defensive force for Berlin from the east, had been reduced to a fraction of its nominal strength. The Volkssturm units, the popular militia composed of old men up to 60 and teenagers as young as 16, were armed with World War I rifles and single-shot Panzerfaust bazookas. Many had no uniforms. They went into combat with armbands that said Volkssturm over their civilian clothes. And still they fought. That's what the combination of fear and fanaticism does. Those who did not fight were shot. The so-called Fliegende Standgerichte, flying military tribunals, roamed the streets of Berlin and the rear roads looking for deserters. Any soldier or civilian of combat age found without a valid reason for not being at the front was summarily executed. Their bodies were hung from lampposts and posts with signs that read, "I am a coward. I refuse to defend women and children." In the final weeks of the war, the Nazis killed more German soldiers for desertion than in any other period of the conflict. The regime, in its death throes, devoured its own children. Let's pause for a moment here, because this image, German soldiers hanged by their own side as the Soviets advanced, is emblematic of the absolute madness of the last days of the Third Reich. A government that executes its own defenders, while the enemy is at the gates, is not a government trying to survive. It is a government that has decided to die and wants to take everyone with it. And speaking of dying and taking everyone with you, we come to a date that, inside the bunker, had enormous symbolic importance. April 20th, 1945. April 20th was Adolf Hitler's birthday. He was turning 56. In times of peace or victory, that day was celebrated throughout Germany with military parades, speeches, special radio programs, and an almost religious adoration. In 1939, Hitler's 50th birthday had been the pretext for the largest military parade in Berlin's history, with tens of thousands of soldiers marching for hours down the Unter den Linden Avenue as euphoric crowds shouted Heil Hitler. Unter den Linden Avenue as euphoric crowds shouted Heil Hitler. In 1945, the Führer's birthday was celebrated in a subterranean bunker, with the sound of shelling as background music. The last hierarchs of the Reich came to congratulate Hitler. It was the last time many of them would meet. Goering was there, dressed in a ridiculously elaborate uniform, trying to look important while his entire air force was a memory. Himmler came, smiling, servile, with no one knowing he was negotiating behind Hitler's back with the Allies. Speer came, although he had already decided he would not obey any order of destruction. Goebbels was there, of course, with his wife Magda and their 6 children, who had arrived at the bunker a few days earlier. Dönitz, Admiral Karl Dönitz, commander of the Navy, also attended. Ribbentrop, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, a man who had once boasted of having achieved the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact and was now an irrelevant shadow, came to pay homage. The ceremony was brief and melancholic. There were no grandiloquent speeches or enthusiastic toasts. The well-wishers were nervous, uncomfortable, and many had only one thought in mind: to get out of Berlin as soon as possible before the Soviets closed the encirclement. And that is exactly what they did. After congratulating Hitler, most of the hierarchs left Berlin. Goering headed south to Bavaria, with a long column of trucks loaded with his stolen treasures. Himmler went north to continue his negotiation fantasies. Dönitz went to Plön, in northern Germany, where he would establish the Navy's headquarters. Ribbentrop disappeared, Speer left, although he would return one more time for a final farewell. Generals Keitel and Jodl departed for their OKW's emergency headquarters in Flensburg, near the Danish border. Of all the great names of the Third Reich, only a few remained in the bunker with Hitler: Goebbels and his family, Bormann, Krebs, Bergdorf, and the small circle of personal adjutants, secretaries, and bodyguards. The circle was closing, the rat was cornered, and the rats surrounding it were fewer and fewer. That same April 20th, for the first time, Soviet artillery from Zhukov's front reached the eastern suburbs of Berlin. The first shells fell on the district of Marzahn. It was the beginning of the end. Berlin, the capital of the Thousand-Year Reich, was under direct fire. Hitler, in a situation meeting that afternoon, was still talking about counterattacks. He pointed on the map to the army of General Felix Steiner, an SS officer, who supposedly commanded a force capable of attacking the northern flank of the Soviet penetration and relieving the pressure on Berlin. Hitler ordered Steiner to attack immediately and to gather every available unit for this attack. Any commander who holds back forces, Hitler said, will answer with his head. You will answer with your heads if Steiner's attack is not launched. But Steiner's attack was a fantasy. Steiner's army was in reality a handful of scattered units, without sufficient artillery, without air support, without fuel, without cohesion. Steiner knew that attacking was suicidal and futile. He knew it, but he did not dare to tell Hitler directly. What happened next, on April 22nd, is one of the most dramatic and most recounted moments of the entire Second World War. And we need to tell it in detail because it was the moment when Hitler finally confronted reality, or something close to reality. On April 22nd, 1945, during the afternoon military conference in the bunker, Hitler asked about Steiner's attack. He was told that Steiner had not attacked. He had not been able to assemble the necessary forces. The attack had not been launched. What followed was described by all witnesses present as an explosion of fury, unlike any they had ever seen, not even from a man known for his fits of rage. Hitler turned red. His hands trembled more violently than ever. He began to scream, not to talk, to scream, accusing everyone of treason, of cowardice, of incompetence, of lies. He screamed that he was surrounded by traitors and liars. He screamed that the generals had deceived him throughout the war. He screamed that the army was corrupt, unworthy, incapable. He screamed that all was lost. And then suddenly he stopped. His voice lowered, and he said, with a calm that was more terrifying than the screams, "The war is lost." Pause. "But if you think I will leave Berlin, you are very much mistaken. I would rather put a bullet in my head than flee." Those present were stunned. Keitel, Jodl, Krebs, Bergdorf, Bormann, all tried to dissuade him. They begged him to leave Berlin and move to the Berghof in Bavaria, where he could continue the resistance from the Alps. They told him there were still loyal troops, that the war could be prolonged, that his presence was necessary outside of Berlin. But Hitler refused. "I am staying in Berlin," he said, "and when the time comes, I will shoot myself." It was the first time that Hitler explicitly admitted, before witnesses, that the war was lost and that he was considering suicide. It was a moment of terrible clarity amid the dementia that had dominated the bunker for weeks. But even in that moment of apparent lucidity, Hitler did not stop giving orders. Even after admitting the war was lost, he continued to demand attacks, troop movements, resistance to the death. It was as if two people inhabited the same body, one who knew that everything was over and another who refused to accept it. That duality, that oscillation between lucidity and delirium, would define the last 8 days of Adolf Hitler's life. And here we must pause to ask a question you may already be asking yourself. Was Hitler mad? Had he completely lost his mind? Or did he know perfectly well what he was doing and simply not care? The answer, like almost everything in this story, is not simple. Hitler was not clinically insane in the traditional psychiatric sense. He did not have hallucinations. He did not hear voices. He understood where he was, who he was, what was happening. But his ability to assess military reality was profoundly distorted by several factors. First, isolation. He had been locked in bunkers for months, surrounded by people who told him what he wanted to hear. Second, the drugs. His personal physician, Dr. Theodor Morell, injected him daily with a cocktail of substances that included methamphetamines, opiates, glandular extracts, and glucose. The cumulative effect of these stimulants and sedatives on his judgment and emotional state is difficult to calculate, but it was undoubtedly significant. Third, Parkinson's disease, which made his left hand tremble uncontrollably and likely affected his cognitive ability. And fourth, and perhaps most importantly, his own personality, a combination of pathological narcissism, magical thinking, and an absolute conviction in his own infallibility that had accompanied him all his life. Hitler was not mad, he was trapped in himself, and that, in many ways, was worse. But let's return to April 22nd, because on that day, in addition to Hitler's emotional crisis, several things happened that would change the course of the last days of the Reich. After his outburst of fury and his declaration that he would stay in Berlin, Hitler ordered Keitel and Jodl to leave the capital and go to the emergency headquarters. Keitel protested. "We could never face our wives and children if we left," he said, according to the stenographer's testimony. But Hitler insisted. Keitel and Jodl had to leave to coordinate what was left of the military operations from outside the Soviet encirclement. Bormann, however, stayed. Goebbels stayed. And Eva Braun, when offered the opportunity to escape, flatly refused. "I am staying with the Führer," she said. There was no doubt in her voice. That same night, Hitler gave another order that would have dramatic consequences. He authorized the news that he had decided to remain in Berlin to be broadcast on the radio. He didn't say it exactly like that. He didn't mention suicide in a public statement, but the implication was clear to anyone who could read between the lines. The Führer had resigned himself to dying in the capital of the Reich. And who caught that signal with more attention than anyone? Hermann Göring. The portly Reichsmarschall, who was in his Obersalzberg retreat in the Bavarian Alps, received the news of Hitler's decision through his liaison in Berlin, and Göring saw an opportunity. Since 1941, a decree signed by Hitler himself had existed designating Göring as his successor in case of incapacitation. Göring reasoned, or pretended to reason, that if Hitler stayed in Berlin and the city fell, the Führer would be effectively incapacitated to govern. Ergo, the succession had to be activated. Ergo, Göring had to assume the leadership of the Reich. On April 23rd, Göring sent a telegram to Hitler, and that telegram, drafted with a mix of civility and ambition that perfectly reflects Göring's personality, essentially said, "Mein Führer, I am prepared to assume leadership of the Reich with full freedom of action, in accordance with your 1941 decree. If I do not receive a reply by tonight at midnight, I will assume that you have lost your freedom of action." Göring believed he was being loyal. He believed he was performing a legitimate act of state. But in the bunker, that telegram was received as a stab in the back. Martin Bormann, who hated Göring with a visceral intensity and had been working for years to oust him from Hitler's inner circle, was the one who presented the telegram to the Führer, and he presented it, of course, in the worst possible way. "It is an ultimatum, mein Führer," said Bormann. "Göring is giving you a deadline. It is a coup d'etat." Hitler, already in a fragile emotional state after the previous day's crisis, erupted in fury once more. He ordered that Göring be stripped of all his offices, that he be arrested by the SS at the Obersalzberg, and that he be expelled from the National Socialist Party. Göring, the man who had been second in the Nazi hierarchy for over a decade, the World War I flying ace, the founder of the Gestapo, the commander of the Luftwaffe, was demoted to a common citizen with a single telegram of reply. "I decree that your actions constitute high treason against my person and against National Socialism," Hitler wrote. Göring was arrested by the SS at his Obersalzberg residence and held under house arrest. That's how quickly the great men of the Third Reich fell. A telegram, an accusation, an arrest. The power they had accumulated for years vanished in hours. But Göring's fall was only the first betrayal. The second, the one that truly destroyed what was left of Hitler's spirit, was about to arrive. And it would come from the person Hitler least expected, Heinrich Himmler. Remember we mentioned earlier that Himmler was secretly negotiating with the Allies through Count Volker Bernadotte. Those negotiations had been happening discreetly for weeks. Himmler, with an arrogance that only a man responsible for millions of murders could possess, genuinely believed that the Western Allies would receive him as a reasonable interlocutor. He believed he could offer Germany's surrender on the Western Front while continuing the fight against the Soviets in the East. It was a delusional fantasy, but Himmler believed it. The problem for Himmler was that the news leaked. And it didn't just leak anyway, it was broadcast by the BBC and the Reuters news agency. On the night of April 28th, a BBC broadcast reported that Heinrich Himmler, the Reichsführer SS, had offered the unconditional surrender of Germany to the Western Allies through Swedish intermediaries. The news reached the bunker via the radio equipment that was still functioning, and when Hitler heard it, his reaction was, according to witnesses, the worst of all. If the fury of April 22nd had been a storm, the fury of April 28th was an earthquake, because this time it wasn't about a general who hadn't attacked, or an ambitious marshal sending impertinent telegrams. Ambitious marshal who sent impertinent telegrams. This was about Himmler. Heinrich Himmler. The man Hitler considered the most loyal of all his subordinates. The man to whom he had entrusted the SS, the Gestapo, the concentration camps, the final solution. The man who, according to Hitler, embodied absolute loyalty to National Socialism. And that man had betrayed him. Hitler, according to all testimonies, became livid, literally white, then red. He screamed that Himmler was a traitor, that he must be arrested and executed. He ordered the SS to locate Himmler and detain him, but the SS no longer responded to Hitler with the efficiency of before. Many of its commanders were more concerned with their own survival than with carrying out orders from the bunker. However, Hitler found a more accessible victim to vent his fury on. In the bunker was Hermann Fegelein, an SS officer who was Eva Braun's brother-in-law. He was married to her sister Gretel. Fegelein had been Himmler's liaison in the Führer bunker, and days earlier he had attempted to desert. He had been found in his Berlin apartment, dressed in civilian clothes, drunk, with a suitcase full of money, jewellery, and false documents, in the company of a woman who was not his wife. He had been dragged back to the bunker. Fegelein's connection to Himmler, he was one of his protégés, was enough to condemn him. Hitler ordered him to be demoted and subjected to a summary court-martial. The result was predictable. Fegelein was found guilty of desertion and treason, taken to the Chancellery Garden and shot. Eva Braun, whose sister was married to Fegelein and expecting his child, did not intercede, or she couldn't, or she didn't want to. What is known is that when she was informed of her brother-in-law's execution, Eva Braun showed no visible emotion. By that point, normal emotions had ceased to function in the bunker. Himmler's betrayal had another consequence. It accelerated Hitler's decision to prepare his testament and organize his death. If even Himmler betrayed him, then there was no one left to trust. There was nothing left to live for. The Third Reich, as a political system, as an apparatus of power, as an idea, was dead. All that remained was the formality of suicide. And Hitler decided that before he died, he would do two things. Two things that, in normal circumstances, would have been completely irrelevant, but which in the darkness of that bunker acquired a macabre symbolism. First, he would write his political and personal testament. Second, he would marry Eva Braun. Get married? In the middle of the apocalypse, while Soviet bombs fell meters from the bunker, while millions of people were dying on the surface. Yes, exactly. The night of April 28th to 29th, 1945, is one of the most surreal nights in history. While Berlin burned, while the Red Army advanced street by street, house by house, while the last defenders of the capital, many of them boys of 15 and 16, died on the barricades, a wedding was held in the Führer bunker. While the last defenders of the capital, many of them boys of 15 and 16 years old, died on the barricades, a wedding was celebrated in the Führer bunker. Hitler had decided to marry Eva Braun, the woman who had been his secret mistress for more than 12 years, the woman whose existence the Germans were unaware of, the woman who had attempted suicide at least twice during her relationship with Hitler, once with a revolver, another time with sleeping pills, was finally to become the Führer's wife, but only for a few hours, because they both knew that by the next day they would be dead. The ceremony was officiated by Walter Wagner, a Berlin municipal official, who was brought to the bunker specifically for this purpose. Wagner was a Gauamtsleiter, a Nazi party official with the authority to officiate civil marriages. He arrived at the bunker that night, probably without fully understanding what he was about to witness. The ceremony was brief. It was held in the bunker's small map room, shortly after midnight. The witnesses were Goebbels and Bormann. Hitler wore his usual uniform. Eva Braun wore a dark dress. Some witnesses say it was blue, others that it was black. That was one of Hitler's favourites. They both declared that they were of pure Aryan blood and suffered from no hereditary diseases, as required by Nazi marital law. The irony of a regime obsessed with racial purity demanding such a declaration, even in its last breath, is almost too much to assimilate. Eva began to sign the marriage certificate with her maiden name, Eva B. She stopped, crossed out the B and wrote, Eva Hitler, née Braun. That small detail, that nervous correction, that crossed out B, is one of those tiny moments that reveal the humanity of people even in the most inhuman circumstances. Eva Braun had just become the woman she had always wanted to be, the wife of Adolf Hitler, and she had achieved it just in time to die with him. After the ceremony, there was a small reception. Champagne was served. Those present, Goebbels, Bormann, Secretaries Traudl Jungner and Gerda Christian, cook Constanza Manziali, some adjutants, toasted the couple. According to testimonies, the atmosphere was strangely calm, almost unreal. The bombs kept falling above. The bunker trembled with each impact. But in that room, for a few minutes, a group of people pretended the world was not ending. Hitler, however, did not stay long at the reception. He retired to his study with Traudl Jungner, his secretary, to dictate his testament. And what he dictated that night reveals as much about Adolf Hitler's mind as any speech or action from his years of power. The political testament of Hitler, dictated in the early hours of April 29th, 1945, is an extraordinary document. Not for its intellectual depth, it has none, nor for its sincerity. It's riddled with self-deception, but for what it reveals about the priorities of a man who knew he would die in a matter of hours. What did Hitler write in his last official document? Did he ask for forgiveness? Did he express remorse? Did he reflect on the suffering he had caused to tens of millions of people? No, none of that. The political testament begins with Hitler affirming that he never wanted the war, that he was forced into it by the international Jewish conspiracy. That was the first line of his last document. After 6 years of war, after more than 60 million deaths, after the Holocaust, Hitler was still blaming the Jews. His last official word to the world was the same as his first: hatred. The testament continues with instructions on the succession. Hitler formally expelled Göring and Himmler from the party for secret negotiations with the enemy and for illegally attempting to seize the power of the state. In their place, he appointed Admiral Karl Donitz, the commander of the Navy, a man who until that moment had had no significant political role, as President of the Reich and Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces. He appointed Goebbels as the new Chancellor and Bormann as party minister. Hitler also wrote a much shorter personal testament, in which he stipulated that his possessions be given to the party, or, if it no longer exists, to the state, and if the state has also been destroyed, he left the decision to his executor, Martin Bormann. He also mentioned his marriage to Eva Braun and explained that they had both chosen death to escape the shame of deposition or surrender. And he added that their bodies should be burned immediately after death. Burn the bodies. That instruction was not casual. Hitler had been informed that same day of what had happened to Benito Mussolini and his mistress, Clara Petacci. On April 28th, Italian partisans captured Mussolini as he tried to flee Italy disguised as a German soldier. They shot him along with Petacci and then hung their bodies upside down at a gas station in Milan's Piazzale Loreto, where a furious mob beat, spat on, and mutilated them for hours. Photographs of the hanging bodies circulated throughout the world. Hitler was determined that this would not happen to him. He was not going to allow the Soviets to display his corpse as a trophy. He was not going to end up hanging upside down in a Berlin square hence the order for immediate cremation, hence the request for 200 litres of gasoline that his adjutant, SS Sturmbannführer Otto Günscher, had received days before. But before we get to the final moment, we must talk about what happened above, on the surface, during those last days. Because while Hitler dictated testaments and married in a subterranean bunker, the Battle of Berlin had reached an intensity that defies description. What was the Battle of Berlin like, seen from the streets? What did it mean for the soldiers and civilians who were trapped in a city turned into a battlefield? By April 25th, 1945, Berlin was completely surrounded. Zhukov's troops advanced from the east and northeast, Konev's from the southeast and south. The encirclement had been closed when both fronts met west of the city, cutting off all escape routes. Inside the encirclement were the remains of the defending army, some SS units that still fought with fanaticism, the Volkssturm militias, scattered groups of the Hitler Youth, and approximately 2 million civilians who had been unable or unwilling to evacuate. The urban battle was a hell. The Soviets advanced street by street, house by house, floor by floor, room by room. The Germans had turned every building into an improvised fortress. Snipers fired from windows. Teenagers with Panzerfausts waited at corners to ambush Soviet tanks. The fighting in the basements was especially brutal. In the dark, at close range, with hand grenades and automatic weapons. The Soviets, who had learned urban warfare in the ruins of Stalingrad, applied a devastating tactic. Instead of trying to advance down the streets, where they were vulnerable to snipers and ambushes, they blew holes in the walls of buildings with explosive charges and advanced through the gaps, from room to room, from building to building, without ever exposing themselves to fire from the street. It was a war of moles, a claustrophobic war, a war where death could come from any direction. Soviet artillery bombarded Berlin relentlessly. Thousands of artillery pieces, including the fearsome Katyusha multiple rocket launchers, which the Germans called Stalin's organs for the terrifying sound they produced, fired on the city 24 hours a day. Buildings collapsed, streets filled with rubble, fires burned out of control because there were no more firefighters, no water, no one to try to put them out. The smoke was so dense that in some neighborhoods, one could not see more than a few meters. And in the midst of this apocalypse, people tried to survive. Berlin civilians took refuge in the cellars of buildings, in metro stations, in any place that offered some protection. Running water had been cut off in most of the city. Electricity was intermittent or non-existent. Food was running out. The wounded died without medical care because the hospitals were destroyed or overwhelmed. Women knew, from the accounts from East Prussia, what awaited them when the Soviets arrived. Many hid, disguised themselves as old women, smeared their faces with ash to look sick. Others resigned themselves to the inevitable. The sexual violence committed by Soviet soldiers during the conquest of Berlin is one of the most documented and most horrific chapters of the battle. Historians estimate that between 100,000 and 2 million German women were raped by Red Army soldiers during the invasion of Eastern Germany and the capture of Berlin, although the exact figures are debated. What is not debated is the magnitude of the crime. Women of all ages, from girls to old women, were attacked, often repeatedly, often by groups of soldiers. Many were murdered afterwards. Many committed suicide. Many became pregnant. The trauma of those violations marked an entire generation of German women and was a taboo for decades, both in West and East Germany. Marked an entire generation of German women and was a taboo for decades, both in West and East Germany. Does this mean that all Soviet soldiers were rapists? No. Many behaved with decency, even with generosity. There are accounts of Soviet soldiers who shared their food with hungry German civilians, who helped women and children, who treated prisoners with humanity. But the sexual violence was systematic, tolerated, and in some cases encouraged by Soviet commanders, and to deny it would be as dishonest as blaming an entire army for the crimes of a part. This is the reality of war. There are no completely good sides and no completely bad sides. There are human beings put in extreme situations, and some behave with nobility and others with monstrosity. What differentiates the Nazi regime from the Allied side is not that the Allies were angels. They were not. But that the Nazi regime built monstrosity as a state policy, as a system, as a reason for being. But let's return to the bunker, because the last 2 days of Adolf Hitler's life are among the most documented and most debated hours in history. April 29th, 1945, was a day of waiting for death. Hitler woke up late, as was his custom. He received the morning military reports, which were ever shorter and grimmer. The telephone and radio lines, with the outside, were cut and reconnected intermittently. The information reaching the bunker was fragmentary, contradictory, often obsolete, but the overall picture was unmistakable. The Soviets were a few blocks from the Reich Chancellery. That morning, the bunker's inhabitants received the news of Mussolini's execution and the public exhibition of his corpse. The effect of that news on Hitler was profound. According to witnesses, it reinforced his determination that his body and Ava's should be completely destroyed after death. There would be no Piazzale Lorenzo for Adolf Hitler. Hitler then ordered that the effectiveness of the cyanide capsules he possessed be tested. Why? Because after Himmler's betrayal, Hitler no longer trusted anything that came from the SS, and the capsules had been provided by the SS laboratory. What if they were fake? What if Himmler had ordered him to be given harmless capsules so he could be captured alive and handed over to the Allies as a bargaining chip? The test was carried out on Blondie, Hitler's German shepherd dog, whom he adored. A veterinarian crushed a cyanide capsule in the animal's mouth. Blondie died almost instantly. The capsules worked. Hitler, according to witnesses, was devastated by Blondie's death. More devastated, apparently, than by the deaths of millions of human beings. That observation is not a gratuitous moral judgment. It is a fact documented by multiple witnesses. The man who had ordered the extermination of 6 million Jews, hundreds of thousands of Roma, people with disabilities, Soviet prisoners of war, political dissidents, and homosexuals, wept for his dog. Homosexuals wept for his dog. Human psychology is sometimes so disconcerting that there are no words to describe it. Also on that day, or perhaps the day before, Blondie's puppies were sacrificed by Hitler's dog handler, Feldwebel Fritz Tornow, and Ava Braun's small black terrier was also executed. The dogs of the bunker, like their owners, were not to survive the fall of the Third Reich. April 29th was also the day Hitler consulted Dr. Werner Haase, an SS doctor who was in the emergency hospital set up in the Chancellery cellars, about the most reliable method of suicide. Haase recommended what is known as the pistol and poison method, biting a cyanide capsule and, simultaneously, shooting oneself in the temple. In this way, if one of the two actions failed, the other would guarantee death. It was a plan of redundancy, an engineering plan applied to the act of taking one's life. Hitler accepted the recommendation. That night, in the early hours of April 30th, Hitler said goodbye to the inhabitants of the bunker. At approximately 2:30 in the morning, he came out of his private rooms into the corridor, where about 20 people had gathered, mostly women, secretaries, nurses, service staff. Hitler walked down the line, shaking each person's hand, saying a few words to each. His voice was low, almost inaudible. His hands trembled. His eyes were sunken and glassy. Traudl Junger, the young secretary who had taken his testament's dictation, recalled that Hitler said to her, "Have you rested a bit, my child?" Junger replied, "Yes, I have slept a little." Sleeping in the bunker, with the explosions shaking the walls every few minutes, with the certainty that death was hours away, must have been difficult. but Junger had slept, perhaps because exhaustion was stronger than fear. After saying goodbye, Hitler returned to his rooms. Those present believed that suicide was imminent, but Hitler was not yet ready. There was still one more night, the last night. April 30th, 1945, dawned grey over Berlin, or at least it must have dawned grey, although it is difficult to distinguish dawn from dusk in a city where the sky is permanently darkened by the smoke from fires and the dust from crumbled buildings. The Soviets were now incredibly close. The troops of General Vasily Chuikov, the same man who had defended Stalingrad in 1942, had captured the Schlesischer Bahnhof metro station and were advancing towards the Tiergarten, the large park in the centre of Berlin, a few blocks from the Chancellery. A runner from the Hitler Youth reported to the bunker that the Soviets were less than 500 metres away. 500 metres, 5 blocks, the distance one walks in 5 minutes. General Helmut Weidlin, commander of the defence of Berlin, appeared in the bunker that morning to inform Hitler of the situation. He told him that the defending troops would run out of ammunition that night, that the fight in Berlin would inevitably end in the next 24 hours, that there was no possibility of resisting any longer. Weidlin asked for permission to attempt a breakout from the encirclement, to take the remnants of the Berlin garrison and flee west, towards the American lines. It was a desperate possibility, with low chances of success, but it was better than dying trapped. Hitler did not respond immediately. Weidlin returned to his headquarters at the Bendler block. Around 1 in the afternoon, he finally received Hitler's authorization to attempt the breakout that night. That authorization meant that Hitler knew it was all over. There would be no defense of the Chancellery, no last, heroic bastion. When the garrison escaped, or attempted to escape, the bunker would be defenseless. At noon, Hitler had lunch. He sat at the table with his 2 secretaries, Traudl Jungner and Gerda Christian, and with his personal cook, Constanze Manziarli, a young Austrian woman who prepared the vegetarian dishes Hitler consumed. They ate pasta with tomato sauce, or perhaps vegetable soup. Testimonies vary on minor details. What does not vary is the surreal nature of the scene. A man who knew he would die in 1 or 2 hours, sitting calmly at lunch, talking about trivial matters with 2 young women who were trying to maintain their composure. After lunch, at approximately 2 in the afternoon, Hitler and Eva Braun began their final farewells. They came out of their private rooms and met a small group in the bunker's corridor. Bormann, Goebbels, Krebs, Bergdorf, several adjutants and bodyguards. The goodbyes were brief, handshakes, few words. Eva Braun embraced Traudl Jungner and said a few words that, in their triviality, are heartbreaking. Take my fur coat as a memento. I have always liked well-dressed women. Those were, according to records, the last known words of Eva Braun. Hitler addressed the small group one last time. "It's over," he said. "Goodbye." And then, taking Eva by the arm, he turned and entered his private study. The door closed. Outside, in the corridor, Otto Günscher, Hitler's adjutant, a tall young man weighing over 100 kilos, stood guard in front of the study door. His mission was clear. No one was to enter until it was all over. And afterwards, he was to see to it that the bodies were cremated. Those waiting in the corridor, Bormann, Linne, Goebbels, Krebs, Bergdorf, Axmann and others, remained silent. How much time passed? Testimonies vary. Some say it was minutes. Others say it was almost an hour. Time in such circumstances becomes distorted. And then a gunshot. A single shot, muffled by the steel door and concrete walls, but unmistakable, dry, final. No one moved for a few moments. Then Heinz Linne, Hitler's valet, entered the antechamber adjoining the study. He noted that the study door was closed. He perceived a smell of gunpowder. He returned to the corridor where Bormann was. Together, Linne and Bormann opened the study door and entered. What they saw they would each describe separately to Soviet, British, and American interrogators over the following months and years. And their descriptions, despite some minor discrepancies, agree on the essential points. Hitler was sitting on the sofa leaning to his right, with blood gushing from his right temple. He had shot himself with a 7.65mm Walther PPK pistol, which lay at his feet. The blood had stained the right arm of the sofa and formed a pool on the carpet. Eva Braun was sitting beside him, to his left, also dead. Her body showed no visible wounds. Her face showed the characteristic signs of cyanide poisoning. A strong smell of burnt almonds, the sign of cyanide, filled the room, mixed with the smell of gunpowder from the shot. Hitler had followed Dr. Haas's advice: cyanide and pistol. Some testimonies suggest he bit the cyanide capsule first and then shot himself. Others suggest the contrary. The exact sequence is impossible to determine because no one witnessed the act. What is certain is that both methods were used and that death was, presumably, instantaneous. Güncher entered the study shortly after and confirmed what Linder and Bormann had already seen. He was sitting slumped, with blood dripping from his right temple, Günch would later declare. He had shot himself with his own pistol. The news spread quickly through the bunker. Goebbels, Krebs, Bergdorf, Axmann all briefly entered the study to see the body. The leader of the Hitler Youth, Arthur Axmann, was one of the last to see it. They all confirmed it was Hitler. There was no doubt. Adolf Hitler, the man who had dreamed of a 1,000-year empire, was dead. He was 56 years old. It was April 30th, 1945, at approximately 3:30 in the afternoon. But the story did not end with the gunshot. What happened next was a macabre ritual that completed the fall of the Third Reich, with a scene that seemed straight out of a medieval nightmare. Linger and another man, possibly SS Sturmbannführer Peter Hegel, wrapped Hitler's body in a blanket. The top of the head was left exposed, as were the feet and lower legs. Multiple witnesses recognized the Führer as the body was carried. They took him up the bunker stairs, through the emergency exit, to the garden of the Reich Chancellery, which by then was a lunar landscape of bomb craters, rubble, and upturned earth. Eva Braun's body was brought out separately. According to Hitler's chauffeur, Erich Kempka, who helped carry it, Eva was wearing a blue silk summer dress, shoes with cork platforms, and her hair was artificially blonde. The bodies were placed on the ground in the garden, a few meters from the bunker's exit. Günch had obtained about 200 litres of gasoline, stored in jerry cans, following Hitler's prior instructions. The gasoline was poured over the corpses. The first attempt to light the bodies failed. The matches were extinguished by the wind and the shockwaves of nearby explosions. Soviet artillery intermittently bombarded the Chancellery area, and no one wanted to be exposed to the fire in the garden any longer than necessary. Linder returned to the bunker and came back with a thick roll of papers. Bormann lit them and threw them onto the gasoline-soaked bodies. The corpses ignited. A group of people, Bormann, Güncher, Linder, Goebbels, Kempka, Hegel, Lindloff, Reiser, gathered at the threshold of the bunker door and raised their right arms in a final Nazi salute as the flames consumed the remains of Adolf Hitler and Eva Braun. An SS guard who arrived late to the scene described his impression. He saw two bodies in flames in the garden and was violently startled, believing they had burned by spontaneous combustion. He had not seen the group that had lit the fire from the bunker door. The open-air cremation continued for hours. Additional cans of gasoline were poured over the bodies as the flames lost intensity. According to witnesses, the amount of fuel applied between 4 and 6:30 in the afternoon reduced the remains to something between charred bones and ashes that disintegrated to the touch. At approximately 6:30 in the evening, Ewald Lindloff and perhaps Reiser covered the remains with earth in a shallow bomb crater. The Soviet bombardment and a fire caused by napalm incendiary bombs continued until May 2nd, making it difficult to spend any time in the garden. The remains of Hitler and Braun were left buried in that crater, under the churned earth of the Chancellery Garden, while above, the battle for Berlin entered its final hours. Thus ended Adolf Hitler, not with the glory of a warrior, not with the dignity of a statesman, but as a burned corpse in a hole in the ground, surrounded by rubble, under the fire of the enemy's bombs that he himself had provoked. The man who wanted to conquer the world ended up in a crater in the garden of his own office. To conquer the world ended up in a crater in the garden of his own office. The tragic symmetry of that ending is almost literary. But it was not literature, it was reality. And what happened next? What did those who remained in the bunker do when Hitler was no longer there? How did the story of that group of people trapped underground in a city in flames end? That is perhaps the most harrowing part of this entire narrative. Because if Hitler's death was the climax, what came next was the darkest epilogue you can conceive. Hitler's death did not mean the immediate end of the bunker or its inhabitants. In fact, the events that followed were in many ways even more horrific than the Führer's suicide. The first thing the bunker's survivors did was to try to negotiate with the Soviets. Hitler was dead, but his order not to surrender still weighed on the remaining generals. Moreover, Goebbels, who was now technically the Reich Chancellor according to Hitler's testament, was opposed to any unconditional surrender. Goebbels believed, or pretended to believe, that Hitler's death could be used as a negotiating tool, offering it as news in exchange for favourable surrender conditions. In the early hours of May 1st, General Hans Krebs was sent to the Soviet lines under a flag of truce. Krebs, who spoke fluent Russian, presented himself to General Vasily Chuikov, the commander of the 8th Guards Army, shortly before 4 a.m. Krebs informed Chuikov of Hitler's death and tried to negotiate a ceasefire and open peace negotiations. Stalin was informed of Hitler's suicide at approximately 4:05 a.m. Berlin time, about 13 hours after the event. His reaction was characteristic: distrust and pragmatism. First, he doubted that Hitler was really dead. Second, he demanded the same thing he had always demanded: unconditional surrender, no negotiations, no conditions, total surrender. Krebs had no authorization to accept an unconditional surrender. He returned to the bunker empty-handed. The negotiations had failed before they even began. And then Joseph Goebbels made the most monstrous decision of his life, a decision that, even in the context of the horrors of Nazism, stands out for its unimaginable cruelty. Goebbels knew he was going to die. He had decided weeks before. He and his wife Magda had chosen to follow Hitler in death, and that included their 6 children: Helga, 12, Hildegard, 11, Helmut, 9, Holdine, 8, Hedwig, 6, and Heidrun, 4. Magda Goebbels, in particular, had repeatedly expressed that she did not want her children to live in a world without National Socialism. In the world that comes after the Führer and after National Socialism, life is not worth living, she had said. And after National Socialism, life is not worth living, she had said. And she was not just talking about herself and her husband. She was talking about her children. 6 children who had not asked to be born, who had not chosen National Socialism, who did not understand what was happening, who only wanted to live. On May 1st, 1945, probably in the afternoon, Magda Goebbels, with the help of Dr. Ludwig Stumpfegger, or possibly Dr. Helmut Kuntz, administered cyanide capsules to each of her 6 children. The exact details vary according to the sources. According to the most accepted version, the children were first sedated with morphine, so they would be asleep or semi-conscious when the cyanide capsule was crushed in their mouths. Other testimonies suggest that Magda told the children they were taking medicine. 6 children. The oldest was 12. The youngest was 4. When the Soviets entered the bunker on May 2nd, they found the 6 small bodies lying in their beds, dressed in white nightgowns, apparently asleep. Only they were not asleep. After killing their children, Goebbels and Magda went up to the Chancellery garden, following Hitler's precedent. They both bit down on cyanide capsules. An SS guard shot them with a coup de grace, according to some testimonies. Their bodies were doused with gasoline and partially burned, but the cremation was not as complete as Hitler's. When the Soviets found the Goebbels remains, the bodies were still identifiable. The murder of the Goebbels children is one of those events that makes one stop and ask, how is it possible? How can a mother kill her own children? What level of fanaticism, what depth of madness, what degree of dehumanization is needed to do something like that? There is no satisfactory answer. There are only facts. And the facts are that Magda Goebbels killed her 6 children because she believed that a world without Hitler was not a world worthy of them living in it. It is the most extreme and most repugnant expression of the cult of the leader. It is the definitive proof that Nazi ideology did not only destroy the enemies of the Reich, it also destroyed its own faithful, down to the last generation. In the early hours of May 2nd, the Reich Chancellery was captured by Soviet troops. Inside the bunker, Krebs and Bergdorf had committed suicide with gunshots to the head. Bormann tried to escape Berlin on foot, along with other members of the bunker's entourage, mixing with a group of soldiers and civilians trying to break the Soviet encirclement to the west. His exact fate was a mystery for decades. It was not known for certain if he had died during the escape or if he had managed to get away, until in 1972 some skeletal remains found near the Lehrte Bahnhof station in Berlin were provisionally identified as Bormann's. In 1998, a DNA analysis confirmed the identification. Bormann had died during his escape attempt, probably from cyanide poisoning on May 2, 1945. The Soviets meticulously searched the bunker. They found the bodies of the Goebbels children. They found the partially burned remains of Joseph and Magda Goebbels in the garden, and they found, excavating in the bomb craters near the emergency exit, charred remains that included dental fragments that would be cross-referenced with Hitler's dental records. Stalin ordered SMERSH, the Soviet military counterintelligence service, to locate and confirm Hitler's corpse. In early May, the dental remains of Hitler and Braun were extracted from the garden soil. However, Stalin, ever paranoid, distrusted the evidence for years. He restricted the dissemination of information to the public, and at times deliberately suggested that Hitler might have escaped, perhaps as a tool to pressure the Western Allies, or simply because distrust was his natural state. The bodies of Hitler, Eva Braun, the Goebbels, and Hitler's dogs were buried and exhumed several times by the Soviets in the following years, moved from one place to another in the territory of occupied East Germany. Finally, in 1970, by order of the KGB director, Yuri Andropov, the remains were disinterred one last time, crushed into dust, and thrown into the Elbe River. Of Adolf Hitler, nothing physical remains today, except for a small fragment of a jawbone and a part of his skull, which are preserved in Russian archives. Nothing remains. The man who wanted to rule the world for 1,000 years was turned into dust and thrown into a river. Not even a grave, not even a headstone, only ash dissolved in water. But Hitler's death did not mean the immediate end of the war. Not entirely. Admiral Karl Dönitz, named Hitler's successor in his testament, assumed the office of President of the Reich and Supreme Commander on May 1st, 1945. Dönitz established his provisional government in Flensburg, on the border with Denmark, as far away from the Soviets as possible. His objective was clear: to buy time so that the largest possible number of German soldiers and civilians could flee the Eastern Front and surrender to the Western Allies, who were expected to be more clement than the Soviets. German radio announced Hitler's death on May 1st, but did so with a final lie. It was said that the Führer had fallen fighting to his last breath against Bolshevism. There was no mention of suicide, no mention of the bunker, no mention of the cyanide capsule or the Volta PPK. The last official communication of the Third Reich was a lie, appropriate perhaps for a regime that had been built on lies from the beginning. On May 2nd, the Berlin garrison formally surrendered to the Soviets. General Weidlin, who had received permission from Hitler to attempt a breakout, could not execute it. Most of the soldiers who tried to escape were killed or captured. Weidlin surrendered on May 2nd and issued an order asking all defenders of Berlin to lay down their arms. The battle was over. Berlin, capital of the Third Reich, was in Soviet hands. The total surrender of Germany was signed on May 7 in Reims, France, before General Eisenhower, and was ratified on May 8 in Berlin before Marshal Zhukov. May 8, 1945, was declared Victory in Europe Day, VE Day. The war in Europe, after 5 years, 8 months, and 6 days, was over. But the suffering did not end on May 8th. It did not end with the victory parades, or with the flags waving in the Allied capitals. It did not end with Churchill's speeches, or with the tears of relief of millions of people. Because war, when it officially ends, leaves behind a destroyed world that continues to bleed for years, sometimes for decades. And that is a truth that very few videos tell you. The truth of what came after. What happened to the millions of German refugees fleeing from the East? What happened to the prisoners of war who were sent to Soviet camps, where many would die of hunger and cold? What happened to the Holocaust survivors, those living skeletons liberated from the concentration camps, who discovered they had nowhere to return to because their homes had been destroyed and their families murdered? And what happened to the Nazi hierarchs who survived, those who did not commit suicide, those who tried to hide, to disguise themselves, to flee? All those questions deserve an answer, and we are going to answer them. First, let's talk about the days immediately following Hitler's death and the fall of Berlin, because what happened in those chaotic hours is a story in itself. When the news of Hitler's death spread, first within the bunker, then through the radio, then to the whole world, the reaction was not uniform. There was no single collective feeling. There was instead a cascade of contradictory emotions that depended entirely on who you were, where you were, and what you had done during the last 12 years. For German soldiers on the front, the news meant, in many cases, a relief mixed with disorientation. The Führer's death freed them, psychologically at least, from the oath of loyalty they had personally sworn to Adolf Hitler. Not to Germany, not to the Constitution, but to Hitler as a person. That oath had been an invisible chain that kept many soldiers fighting, even when they knew the war was lost. With Hitler dead, the chain broke. But so did the sense of purpose, however twisted it was. Why continue fighting? For whom? For Donitz, an admiral most of them didn't even know. The answer, for hundreds of thousands of soldiers, was clear. For no one. Surrender became an avalanche. On the Western Front, mass surrenders began even before Hitler's death. German soldiers preferred to surrender to the Americans or the British rather than the Soviets, and with good reason. The Western Allies, in general, respected the Geneva Conventions, provided food and medical care to prisoners, and did not treat them with the brutality many expected. In contrast, falling prisoner to the Soviets meant, with high probability, years of forced labour in prisoner of war camps. Soviets meant, with high probability, years of forced labour in prisoner of war camps, the so-called GUPV-1 camps, in Siberia, Central Asia, or the Russian Arctic. Of the approximately 3 million German soldiers captured by the Soviets throughout the war, it is estimated that between a third and a half died in captivity. The exact figures are still a subject of research, but the order of magnitude is staggering. Admiral Donitz, from his provisional government in Flensburg, executed his strategy with the only skill he had left: buying time. Every day he managed to delay the total surrender was one more day for soldiers and civilians to cross the lines to the west. The maritime evacuation across the Baltic which Donitz had been coordinating since January, was the largest naval rescue operation in history. Between January and May of 1945, almost 2 million people, civilians and military, were evacuated by sea from the ports of East Prussia, Pomerania, and Kurland to Western Germany and Denmark. This evacuation, carried out under constant threat of Soviet air and submarine attacks, is one of the lesser-known and most extraordinary stories of the Second World War. But Donitz could not postpone the inevitable indefinitely. On May 4th, German forces in northwestern Germany, the Netherlands, and Denmark surrendered to British Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery on Lüneburg Heath. On May 5th, German forces in Bavaria and Western Austria surrendered to the American General Jacob Devers. On May 7th, at 2:41 in the morning, in a small red brick schoolhouse in Reims, France, which served as the headquarters for the Allied Supreme Command, General Alfred Jodl signed the unconditional surrender of all German armed forces on all fronts. Jodl, before signing, uttered words that, coming from a general of the army that had invaded half of Europe, sound almost surreal. With this signature, the German people and the German armed forces are, for better or for worse, delivered into the hands of the victors. That was all. No drama, no rhetoric, no defiance, just a statement of total defeat. But Stalin was not satisfied. He demanded a second surrender ceremony in Berlin on territory controlled by the Soviets. With greater solemnity and with the presence of a higher-ranking German officer than Jodl. The second signing took place on the night of May 8th at the headquarters of the former German military engineering headquarters in Berlin-Karlshorst. Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, the same Keitel who had been nicknamed Lackey by his own colleagues, signed the surrender before the Soviet Marshal Zhukov and representatives of the Western Allies. The surrender took effect at 23:01 on May 8th, 1945. May 8th was declared Victory in Europe Day, VE Day. In London, crowds flooded the streets. Churchill appeared on the balcony of the War Office and said, "This is your Victory Day." In New York, 2 million people filled Times Square. In Paris, the crowd sang La Marseillaise on the Champs-Élysées. In Moscow, Stalin waited until May 9th to celebrate because the Berlin surrender was signed after midnight, Moscow time, and the Soviet celebrations were equally massive. President Harry Truman, from the White House, said, "General Eisenhower informs me that the forces of Germany have surrendered to the United Nations. The flags of freedom fly all over Europe." The flags of freedom, a beautiful phrase. But what was beneath those flags? What was left of Europe after 6 years of total war? What was left was a continent in ruins. That is not a metaphor. It is a literal description. Germany, the country that had started it all, was destroyed in a way that is difficult to imagine without seeing it. The main cities, Berlin, Hamburg, Cologne, Dresden, Munich, Frankfurt, Nuremberg, had been bombed until they were reduced to mountains of rubble. It is estimated that 70% of central Berlin was destroyed. Cologne had lost more than 90% of its old town buildings. Dresden, after the devastating bombing of February 1945, was a skeleton of blackened stone. The country's infrastructure, railways, bridges, roads, factories, power plants, had been systematically destroyed by Allied bombing and in the final months by Hitler's own Nero decree. Although many officials had sabotaged its compliance, thanks to Speer's intervention. Even so, the damage was immense. The German economy, which in 1939 was one of the most powerful in the world, had ceased to exist. And the people, above all, the people. Germany had lost between 6 and 8 million people during the war, between military and civilians. Millions more were wounded, mutilated, traumatized. Approximately 11 million German soldiers were in Allied captivity, and between 10 and 14 million ethnic Germans were being expelled from their homes in Eastern Europe, from East Prussia, Silesia, the Sudetenland, Poland, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, in what would constitute the largest forced migration in European history. These expulsions, which continued until 1948, were often brutal. It is estimated that between 500,000 and 2 million people died during the process, victims of violence, hunger, disease, and cold. Germany was not only destroyed, it was divided. The Yalta and Potsdam agreements established that the country would be divided into 4 occupation zones: American, British, French, and Soviet, and that Berlin, although it was in the heart of the Soviet zone, would also be divided into 4 sectors. This division, intended as temporary, would become permanent. In 1949, the 3 Western zones would merge to form the Federal Republic of Germany, West Germany, and the Soviet zone would become the German Democratic Republic, East Germany. The Berlin Wall would be erected in 1961. Reunification would not come until 1990. Hitler's legacy split Germany in 2 for 45 years. But Germany was not the only devastated nation. All of Europe was in ruins. Poland had lost about 17% of its total population. More than 6 million people, including 3 million Polish Jews, merged in the Holocaust. The Soviet Union, as we said, had suffered more than 20 million deaths. France, the Netherlands, Belgium, Greece, Yugoslavia, Italy, each country had its own accounting of horror. In total, the Second World War in Europe caused the death of approximately 40 million people, perhaps more. The exact figures are impossible to determine because records were destroyed, because entire communities disappeared without a trace, because in the chaos of war, no one was counting. Millions of people were displaced. They were called displaced persons, or DPs, liberated prisoners of war, forced labourers, who had been brought to Germany from all over Europe, Holocaust survivors, refugees of all nationalities. In May 1945, there were approximately 7 to 11 million displaced people wandering the roads of Europe, without a home, without a family, without a country to return to. Holocaust survivors faced a particularly desperate situation. Many had been liberated from concentration camps, in such a precarious state of health that thousands died even after liberation, because their bodies, weakened by years of hunger and disease, could not assimilate the food their liberators gave them. In Bergen-Belsen, for example, some 13,000 people died after the camp's liberation. The British soldiers who liberated Bergen-Belsen had to dig mass graves to bury the corpses. And those who survived, where did they go? Many tried to return to their homes in Poland, Hungary, Romania, Czechoslovakia, but they discovered that their homes had been occupied by others, that their neighbours did not want them back, that anti-Semitism, far from having disappeared with Nazis, was still alive in post-war Europe. In July 1946, more than a year after the end of the war, a pogrom in the Polish city of Kielce killed 42 Jews who had tried to return to their homes. 42 people murdered for being Jewish. After Auschwitz. After everything. That is a reality that many prefer not to mention. But it is part of this story, and we cannot ignore it. And what happened to those responsible? What happened to the men who had built, directed, and executed the terror machine of the Third Reich? Some died by their own hand, as we have seen. Hitler, Goebbels, Bormann, Himmler, who committed suicide on May 23, 1945, by biting a cyanide capsule hidden in his mouth after being captured by the British. Goering, who committed suicide the night before his scheduled execution in Nuremberg in October 1946, also with cyanide, which someone managed to smuggle into his cell in ways that were never fully clarified. But many others survived, and they were judged. The Nuremberg trials, held between November 1945 and October 1946, were the first attempt in history to try the leaders of a nation for war crimes and crimes against humanity on an international scale. 24 of the main surviving Nazi leaders were accused before the International Military Tribunal. Of them, 12 were sentenced to death by hanging, 7 received prison sentences ranging from 10 years to life, and 3 were acquitted. Among those condemned to death were Joachim von Ribbentrop, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, who had signed the pact with the Soviet Union in 1939, Alfred Rosenberg, the Nazi Party's racial ideologue, Ernst Kaltenbrunner, the head of the Reich Security Main Office, and Heydrich's successor as director of the Holocaust machinery, Hans Frank, the Governor-General of occupied Poland, in whose territory the main extermination camps operated, Wilhelm Keitel, the head of the OKW, who had signed the surrender in Berlin, Alfred Jodl, the head of operations who had signed the surrender in Reims, and Fritz Sauckel, the man responsible for the forced labour program that had enslaved millions of people. The executions were carried out on October 16, 1946, in the gymnasium of the Nuremberg prison. The executioner was US Army Sergeant John C. Woods, whose competence was questioned. Several of the condemned took an agonizingly long time to die, which suggests that the drop from the gallows did not break their necks as it should have, but that they died of slow asphyxiation. But Nuremberg was only the tip of the iceberg. After the main trials, the so-called subsequent Nuremberg trials were held. 12 additional processes that tried Nazi doctors, judges, industrialists, commanders of the Einsatzgruppen, and other responsible parties. In total, hundreds of people were tried and convicted in Nuremberg, and yet thousands of Nazi criminals escaped justice. Many fled to South America, Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, Chile, using the so-called rat lines, Rattenlinien, escape networks that involve Nazi sympathizers, certain elements of the Catholic Church that provided false documents, and Western intelligence services that, in the context of the nascent Cold War, were more interested in recruiting ex-Nazis with information about the Soviet Union than in bringing them to justice. Adolf Eichmann, the bureaucrat who had organized the logistics of the Holocaust, escaped to Argentina where he lived under a false identity for 15 years, until Mossad agents kidnapped him in Buenos Aires in 1960 and took him to Israel, where he was tried, convicted, and executed in 1962. Josef Mengele, the angel of death of Auschwitz, the doctor who performed atrocious experiments on prisoners, especially with twins, also escaped to South America and lived in Argentina, Paraguay, and Brazil until his death by drowning in 1979, without ever having been captured or tried. How many Nazi criminals escaped justice? It is impossible to know exactly, but it is estimated that thousands of people directly involved in war crimes and crimes against humanity lived out the rest of their lives in freedom, many of them under false names, in distant countries, growing old in peace while their victims lay in mass graves across Europe, under false names, in faraway countries, growing old in peace while their victims lay in mass graves all over Europe. Is that justice? Clearly not. But it is reality. And reality, as we have seen throughout this story, is rarely just. Now then, we have journeyed through the month of April 1945 in a detail that, I hope, has allowed you to feel, even if minimally, what it meant to live through those days. We have been in the bunker with Hitler as he raved about phantom armies. We have been in the streets of Berlin as the bombs fell and the children died on the barricades. We have seen how a man who swore to rule for 1,000 years ended up as ashes in a crater. We have seen how a mother poisoned her own children in the name of an ideology. We have seen the surrender, the liberation, the relief, and the horror that came after. But there is a question we have not yet answered, a question that may be the most important of all. And it is this: how was it possible? How was it possible that a civilized, cultured, educated nation, the nation of Goethe, Beethoven, Kant, Einstein, let itself be dragged by an Austrian demagogue into the abyss of barbarism? How was it possible that millions of people supported, tolerated, or simply looked the other way while their government murdered millions of innocent human beings? How was it possible that generals, judges, doctors, professors, engineers, educated and supposedly rational people actively participated in a system of industrialized horror? There is no simple answer. Historians, psychologists and philosophers have debated this question for decades and will continue to debate it for decades more. But there are some clues. One clue is propaganda. The Nazi regime, under the direction of Goebbels, built the most sophisticated propaganda apparatus the world had ever seen. It controlled the radio, the press, the cinema, education, art, culture. From the moment a German child entered school until they died, they were exposed to a constant bombardment of messages telling them that their Aryan race was superior, that the Jews were the enemy, that Hitler was a genius, that Germany had a glorious destiny. 12 years of that propaganda, from 1933 to 1945, were enough to mould the mentality of an entire generation. Another clue is fear. The Third Reich was a police state. The Gestapo, the SS, the informants were everywhere. Any dissent, any critical comment, any joke about Hitler, any expression of sympathy for the Jews could mean arrest, the concentration camp, death. Most Germans were not Nazi fanatics. They were normal people living under a regime of terror, who learned, by survival instinct, to keep quiet, to obey, to not ask questions. Another clue is gradualism. The Nazis did not start by exterminating millions of people. They started with discriminatory laws, prohibiting Jews from practicing certain professions, excluding them from universities, restricting their access to public spaces. Then came the pogroms, like the Nights of Broken Glass in November 1938, then the ghettos, then the deportations, then the camps, then the gas chambers. Each step was a little more extreme than the last, and each step was justified as a necessity derived from the previous step. It was like raising the temperature of the water degree by degree. By the time you realize you're boiling, it's already too late. And there is one last clue, perhaps the most uncomfortable of all: ordinary complicity. Most of the crimes of the Third Reich were not committed by monsters. They were committed by normal people doing their jobs. The bureaucrat who stamped the deportation orders, the train driver who drove the trains to Auschwitz, the engineer who designed the gas chambers, the chemist who produced Zyklon B, the banker who managed the accounts where the stolen goods from the Jews were deposited. None of them was a murderer in the classic sense. They were all cogs in a machine, and the machine worked because each cog did its part without questioning the purpose of the whole. That is the most terrifying part of this story. Not that a Hitler existed. Tyrants exist in all eras. What is terrifying is that millions of people chose to follow him, to obey him, to imitate him, or simply not to oppose him. What is terrifying is not the monster. What is terrifying is the normality that surrounds the monster. And that brings us to the present. Because this story does not end in 1945. It does not end with the surrender, nor with the Nuremberg trials, nor with the reconstruction of Europe. This story is still alive, because the forces that made Nazism possible, racial hatred, extreme nationalism, demagoguery, the cult of the leader, fear of the different, propaganda, indifference to the suffering of others, did not disappear in 1945. They still exist. They are still lurking. They are still looking for opportunities to resurface. Studying what happened in April 1945, studying how an empire built on hatred and violence collapsed in a month of fire and blood, is not an exercise in nostalgia or morbidity. It is an act of prevention. It is remembering in order not to repeat. It is looking into the abyss to learn not to fall into it. Because Hitler's bunker was not the only bunker in history. And the madness of April 1945 was not the last madness of humanity. Every generation has the responsibility to recognize the warning signs, to resist the temptation of easy hatred, to defend human dignity even when it is uncomfortable or unpopular to do so. That is the true lesson of this story. Not the numbers, not the dates, not the names. The lesson is that civilization is fragile, that democracy is fragile, that humanity is fragile, and that protecting these things requires vigilance, courage, and above all, memory. But before closing this account, there are some stories within the story that we have not yet told, stories that deserve to be heard because they illuminate lesser-known aspects of that month of April 1945. Stories of individual people, not of generals or dictators, but of common people trapped in the machinery of the apocalypse. Generals or dictators, but of common people trapped in the machinery of the apocalypse. Do you want to know the story of Traudl Junge, the young secretary who took dictation of Hitler's testament and then spent the rest of her life tormented by the guilt of having been so close to evil without having recognized it? Or the story of Raus Misch, the bunker's radio operator and bodyguard, the last survivor of the Führer bunker, who died in 2013 at the age of 96, and who until the end insisted that he was only doing his job? Or the story of the French defenders of the SS Charlemagne, the last soldiers to defend Hitler's bunker, Frenchmen fighting for Germany against the army that had liberated France, one of the strangest paradoxes of the entire war. Let's get to them. Traudl Junge was 25 years old in April 1945. She was born in Munich, the daughter of a brewer, and had come into Hitler's circle almost by accident. In 1942, she responded to a job advertisement for secretaries at the Reich Chancellery and was personally selected by Hitler after a dictation test. She was young, attractive, not particularly political. She did not join the Nazi Party out of ideological conviction, but because it was what one did. She did not hate Jews, or at least not more than any other person raised in a society steeped in anti-Semitism. She was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, or, depending on how you look at it, in the exact place that history needed her to be. For 3 years, Junge was one of Hitler's personal secretaries. She saw him every day. She took dictation of his monologues, his orders, his letters. She heard him talk for hours about architecture, about Wagner, about the war, about the grandiose future of the Reich, and she never, according to her own testimony, asked him about the concentration camps, about the Holocaust, about the atrocities. I didn't ask, she would say decades later. I should have asked, but I didn't. On April 29th, it was Junge who sat at the typewriter while Hitler dictated his political and personal testament. She wrote every word, every line, every clause of that document without protest, without question, without showing emotion. It was her job, and she did it. On May 1st, after the deaths of Hitler and the Goebbels, Junge was part of the group that tried to escape the bunker. Along with other survivors, including Hitler's pilot, Hanno Reich, and Arthur Axmann, the leader of the Hitler Youth, Junge joined a group that attempted to break through the Soviet lines on foot, mingling with soldiers and civilians, in the darkness of the Berlin night. The escape was chaotic, dangerous, and in many ways miraculous. The Soviets fired on anything that moved. The streets were filled with rubble, corpses, destroyed vehicles. The group fragmented several times, regrouped, fragmented again. Junge, alone and terrified, wandered the streets of Berlin for hours. At one point, a Soviet soldier stopped her. She expected the worst, but the soldier just took her wristwatch and let her go. It was extraordinary luck. Many women who crossed paths with Soviet soldiers that night were not so lucky. Junge managed to escape from Berlin and was briefly captured by the Soviets, but managed to be released. She spent the rest of her life in Munich, working as a secretary, trying to process what she had lived through. For decades, she kept a low profile. She did not speak publicly about her time with Hitler. She did not want to remember. But at the end of her life, she decided to speak. In 2002, shortly before dying of cancer at the age of 81, Junge participated in a documentary titled Im Toten Winkel, In the Blind Spot, in which she spoke extensively about her experience in the bunker. In the final scene of the documentary, Junge makes a confession that is, perhaps, the most honest and devastating statement any witness to Nazism has ever made. "I had the feeling," says Junge, looking at the camera with tired eyes, "that I could completely absolve myself with the excuse that I was young and didn't know what was happening. But one day I passed by a commemorative plaque dedicated to Sophie Scholl, a German student executed in 1943 for distributing anti-Nazi pamphlets, and I saw that she was exactly my age. And at that moment I realized that being young is no excuse. It would have been possible to find out. It would have been possible to find out." That phrase is a knife, because it is not just the confession of an 80-year-old woman. It is the confession of an entire generation, of an entire nation, of every human being who ever chose not to ask, not to know, not to see. Rochus Misch had another story. Born in 1917 in Silesia, an orphan from childhood, Misch joined the SS in 1937 and was assigned as part of Hitler's personal escort. During the war, he served as a radio operator, bodyguard, and messenger at Hitler's various headquarters, including the Wolf's Lair in East Prussia, and finally, the Führer bunker in Berlin. Misch was present during almost all the important events of the last days of the Reich. He was in the bunker when Hitler announced he would stay in Berlin. He was there when the wedding took place. He was there when Hitler retired to his study for the last time, and he was one of the first people to enter the study after the shot. Misch described the scene in multiple interviews over the decades. "I saw Hitler sitting on the sofa, slumped, with blood on his temple. Eva Braun was beside him, her head resting on his shoulder. There were no signs that she had suffered. She looked asleep." After Hitler's death, Misch remained in the bunker until May 2nd, when he finally tried to escape with other survivors. He was captured by the Soviets and spent 9 years in Soviet prisoner of war camps, including several years in Siberia. He was released in 1954 and returned to West Berlin, where he lived the rest of his life as a quiet, discreet man, working as a house painter and then as an insurance salesman. Misch died in September 2013 at the age of 96. He was the last known survivor of the Führer bunker. With his death, the last direct witness to Hitler's final days disappeared. What did Misch think about his experience? Over the years, he gave contradictory interviews. Sometimes he expressed regret for having served Hitler. Other times he insisted that he was just doing his job and that Hitler was always nice to me. This ambivalence, this inability or refusal to fully confront the reality of what he had witnessed and facilitated is perhaps the most faithful portrait of the psychology of the ordinary collaborator. Not a monster, not a hero, just a man who did what he was told and who spent the rest of his life trying to convince himself that it was okay. And then there were the Frenchmen, the volunteers of the 33rd Waffen Grenadier Division of the SS Charlemagne, a unit composed of French citizens who had chosen to fight for Nazi Germany against the Allies, against their own country, against de Gaulle's Free France, against everything France supposedly represented. Why would a Frenchman fight for Hitler? The reasons were varied. Some were convinced fascists, who saw Nazism as a superior political model. Others were radical anti-communists, who saw the war against the Soviet Union as a crusade. Others were adventurers, misfits, men with nothing to lose, and others had simply made wrong decisions in moments of confusion and found themselves trapped on a path they could not turn back from. By April 1945, the Charlemagne Division had been decimated in the fighting on the Eastern Front. Only about 300 men were left fit for combat. They were sent to Berlin as last-minute reinforcements, and there, in the streets of the Reich's capital, these Frenchmen, dressed in German SS uniforms, with the tricolour flag and the Cross of Lorraine embroidered on their sleeves, fought with a ferocity that surprised even the German veterans. Why did they fight with such determination? Probably because they knew they had nowhere to go. If they fell prisoner to the Soviets, they would be executed or sent to forced labor camps. If they fell prisoner to the French, they would be tried for treason and shot. There was no possible surrender for them, only the fight and death. The last defenders of the area around the Führer bunker and the Reich Chancellery in the early hours of May 2nd, 1945, included members of the Charlemagne division, Frenchmen defending the last square metre of Hitler's empire. It is one of the cruelest and most disconcerting ironies of the war. When they were finally captured, the survivors were handed over to the French authorities. Many were summarily executed. Others were tried and imprisoned. The story of the Charlemagne division was a taboo in France for decades, a national shame that no one wanted to remember. But it happened, and it is part of this story. There is another story that deserves to be told, a story that happened far from the bunker, but is inseparable from the collapse of the Third Reich in April 1945. It is the story of the death marches. As the Allies advanced and the concentration camps were threatened with liberation, the Nazis evacuated the prisoners, forcing them to walk for days or weeks into the interior of Germany. These marches, carried out in conditions of extreme cold, hunger, and exhaustion, killed tens of thousands of people. Prisoners who could not keep up were executed on the side of the road by the SS guards. The corpses were left lying in the ditches, in the fields, in the forests. The death marches were not chaotic improvisations. They were the result of specific orders from Himmler and the SS hierarchy, who wanted to prevent the prisoners from being liberated and being able to testify about what they had suffered. The logic was sinister. If the prisoners could not be kept in the camps, they had to be moved. And if they could not be moved, they had to be eliminated. No living witnesses could be left. One of the most horrendous episodes occurred on April 13th, 1945, when the SS massacred more than 1,000 prisoners from the Gardelegen concentration camp in Saxony-Anhalt. The prisoners, who had been forced to march for days, were locked in a barn which was then set on fire. Those who tried to escape were machine-gunned. When American soldiers from the 102nd Infantry Division arrived at the scene the next day, they found the charred remains of more than 1,000 people in the burned-out barn. Some bodies were halfway out the doors, frozen in the act of trying to escape the flames. The American commander forced the inhabitants of the town of Gardelegen to unearth the bodies and give them a dignified burial. The German civilians, many of whom said they knew nothing of what had happened, even though the barn was on the outskirts of their town, and the smoke and screams must have been visible and audible, dug the graves in silence. How does one summarize such a month? How do you put a final point on a narrative that contains so much death, so much madness, so much cruelty, but also so much human resistance, so much will to survive, so much desperate need to find some meaning in the midst of meaninglessness? Perhaps it cannot be summarized. Perhaps the only thing that can be done is to remember. Remember that on April 1st, 1945, the Third Reich still existed as a political entity, with a government, an army, a flag, and a leader, and that on May 8th, just 38 days later, all of that had disappeared. 38 days for an empire to completely crumble. 38 days of death, destruction, betrayal, suicide, madness, heroism, cowardice, horror, and in the end, silence. Remember that in those 38 days, more people died than in many entire wars, that entire cities were reduced to rubble, that children were sent to die on barricades, that a mother poisoned her 6 children, that a man married and committed suicide on the same day, that millions of people were liberated from the camps only to discover that freedom can also be cruel. And remember that all of this was the work of human beings, not of demons, not of extraterrestrials, not of supernatural forces, of human beings, people with mothers and fathers, with childhoods, with dreams, with fears, people who chose hatred, blind obedience, indifference, people who could have chosen something else but did not. That is the final lesson. Not that evil exists, we already know that, but that evil is not something alien to us. It is in our nature. It is a permanent, latent possibility, waiting for the right circumstances to manifest itself. And the only defense against that possibility is memory, education, empathy, and the determination not to let it happen again. But wait, before you think this story is over, there is one more detail we haven't told you. A detail that, in its apparent insignificance, sums up everything we have related in this video. Do you remember Johannes Henschel? Probably not. Almost no one remembers him. Henschel was the chief electromechanic of the bunker complex. His job was to keep the generators, the water pumps, and the ventilation system running. When everyone else fled or committed suicide, when Hitler shot himself, when the Goebbels poisoned their children, when Krebs and Bergdorf blew their brains out, when Bormann disappeared into the night, Johannes Henschel stayed. Why did he stay? Not out of loyalty to Hitler, not out of fanaticism. He stayed because above, in the cellars of the Reich Chancellery, there was a field hospital full of wounded soldiers and civilians who needed electricity and water to survive. And Henschel was the only one who knew how to keep the generators running. One man, an electromechanic, alone, in an empty bunker surrounded by corpses, the Goebbels children still in their beds, the bodies of Krebs and Bergdorf still lying on the floor, keeping the machines running so that some unknown wounded people would have light and water. Henschel surrendered to the Soviets when they entered the bunker at 9 a.m. on May 2nd. He was interrogated, imprisoned for a time, and finally released. He lived the rest of his life in anonymity. No one made movies about him. No one wrote books about his silent courage. But what he did, staying alone in a bunker full of the dead to help people he didn't even know, is perhaps the most human act in this entire story. In a place where humanity had hit rock bottom, one man chose to do the right thing. Without spectacular heroism, without speeches, without applause. Just a guy keeping the lights on so others could survive. If there is one thing we should take away from all this, perhaps it is that even in the deepest darkness, there is always someone who chooses to turn on a light. This was all of it. If this video taught you something, if it made you think, if it made you feel, then it fulfilled its purpose. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. Remember that our goal is to reach 1 million subscribers, and every person who joins brings us one step closer. Hit like, share this video with someone who needs to know this story, and leave us a comment telling us which part of this account impacted you the most. Do you think something like this could happen again? Or have we learned the lesson? Tell us in the comments. Until the next video.